to Europe's spaceport and your front row seat to the launch of Ariane 6.
Le lanceur est juste derrière moi, sur son bâti, et sous la coiffe confortablement installée, les CubeSats et les capsules prêtes à décoller.
During the next few hours, we will introduce you to this unique rocket, and we will take a look behind the scenes and the teams that made this flight possible.
Et nous serons en direct avec vous, ici, au centre de contrôle Jupiter. Je suis Liz Pedersen.
I'm Tina Büchner da Costa.
Je suis Luce Fabregat.
And I'm Katie Haswell, and we're all delighted to bring you the live coverage for the first launch of Ariane 6. Operations running smoothly here at the European Spaceport in Amazonian French Guiana, where we're coming to you live as we prepare to turn the next page in space history. Europe's newest rocket, Ariane 6, is on its newly built pad preparing for its first journey into space. We have a stack of passengers on board from experiments and CubeSats. They're up there in the fairing to re-entry capsules waiting to lift off in half an hour. The countdown on the top right-hand side of your screen there. And over in mission control, which is about 15 kilometres from the pad, the nerve centre of operations, the teams inside what we call the fishbowl, that protective glass, are going through the final preparations before launch. Right now the boards are all green. That's a good sign. We are go for launch. I'm in the commentary box here with Tina Büchner da Costa. Tina is a launch systems engineer from the European Space Agency. And in the French commentary box, we've got Lisa Peterson and Luce Fabregat. Tina, it's great to have you with us. You've been helping to design and test the system, so this is a really big day for you.
Absolutely, Katie. I am so thrilled to be here with you today. And I still can't believe that today is really the day we have all been waiting for. My rocket engineer heart is pumping loads of adrenaline in my system right now. And I can tell you that I share this incredible excitement with all my colleagues who have been working so hard to prepare this moment. It is a great honor to be their voice today. So I really want to shout out a big hello to everyone who worked on Ariane 6 here in Guyana, back in Europe, in the factories and in your homes. This day is your day.
It is indeed, and it's going to take about 3 hours to deliver all our satellites. So just run through what's going to happen, Tina.
Yeah, so earlier today, the mobile gantry, that is the building for the preparation of the rocket, was rolled back, and now Ariane 6 is standing under the Guyanese sky. On top, hidden under the fairing, are the passengers of today's launch. And coming up very shortly is the final countdown. So we will ignite the main engine, followed by this, the opening of the fueling arms. So the yellow ones you see here opening. And just after we're igniting the 2 boosters, we are flying an A62 version with 2 boosters today. We will be heading out northeast on today's trajectory. And once ignited, the boosters provide over 80% of thrust, and after only 2 minutes, they have sent the rocket to about 60 kilometers of altitude using almost 300 tons of fuel. We see here the boosters are separated, and 1.5 minutes later, the rocket is outside of the atmosphere and the fairing that protected the satellites is ejected. Then the main engine cuts off after about 7 minutes into the flight, and the first stage separates, leaving the upper stage on its own. The first ignition takes the rocket to orbit, and after what we call a coasting phase, where we're just doing half a lap around the Earth, there is a second boost, and this will bring Ariane 6 to a circular orbit where our CubeSats will finally be released. So this is a very important moment in today's mission. Here coming up is the CubeSat release in the circular orbit. After that, we will go into a demonstration phase after another very long coasting phase. And this coasting phase is also a crucial part of our mission today, where we prove the novelties of Ariane 6. And at the end of this, the upper stage will flip in space and restart the Vinci engine to brake and set itself on a collision course with Earth, burning up in our atmosphere and limiting space debris. But before it touches atmosphere, 2 capsules are set to detach and head on their own mission to survive the extreme temperatures of the re-entry. And all 3 elements will then splash down in the Pacific Ocean, far away from civilization. This will end our mission.
So that's what's coming up, and here we are now on the pad. Ariane 6. So far, all the tests on Europe's new rocket have been done on the ground, but today it's set to prove itself in space.
Indeed. Today is a major step towards the qualification of Ariane 6. With inaugural flight today, the rocket will experience really for the first time its real conditions in space. This is especially true for the upper stage and all the ballistic phase, because there's only so much that you can actually test on Earth.
Indeed, and you and the teams have been practicing with a test model of Ariane 6. So I wonder how it feels, Tina, to actually have the real thing on the pad today.
Well, you hear my voice vibrating for a reason. It's super exciting, but on the one hand, it somehow feels like a déjà vu, because we have indeed done quite a lot of thorough testing, and we repeat today what we already did several times. We have tested all the systems, and we have, of course, tested the engines on the ground. But this time, when we ignite the boosters, we will have to let our baby go. And I can tell you the concentration and tension among all the teams is quite intense right now.
And Ariane 6 has been designed to carry all kinds of different spacecraft. And of course, the satellites are continually evolving, so versatility has to be the key. What's new on board?
The main change is that Ariane 6 has a reignitable cryogenic upper stage that can switch on and off with the help of another brand new feature, which we call the APU. We will introduce that later. Ariane 6 was built to be modular and flexible, and we can reach several destinations in one flight. It's a bit like a bus that allows its passengers to get out at different stops on request. And today we also have a lot of different passengers on board the bus, and they need to go to different destinations, so we will test that.
Organisations across Europe have come together to build Ariane 6 and guarantee Europe's continued access to space. Let's find out more now about our new rocket, Ariane 6.
Welcome to l'Emuro facility, where we integrate the Vulcain 2.1 engine on the main cryogenic stage. Here in l'Emuro, we assemble and test the complete lower liquid propulsion module. When the complete module is assembled, we test it, we control it, and then we can ship it to Kourou.
Ariane Group and ESA opted for a very polyvalent, adaptable design for Ariane 6. No compromise on performance and a much broader range of missions.
Ariane 6 is essential for Europe because Ariane 6 guarantees Europe's access to space. And this is what we need, because we depend on space every day in our daily life, from navigation to weather forecasts, to connectivity, to agriculture, energy, transport. All of these segments depend on space. That means satellites that we have to bring to space, and that's why we need Ariane 6.
In the conception of the Ariane 6 launch system, ESA played an important role for steering the operational concept of Ariane 6 in a way that reduces drastically the operational cost. This translates in a number of technical choices: horizontal integration of the central core, disconnection of cryogenic arms at the time of the liftoff, brand new concept, very different from the one of Ariane 5.
If you look at the shape, Ariane 5 and Ariane 6 are quite similar. We have a main body, so 5.4 meters. We have strap-on booster. But we have One main difference is the fact that Ariane 6, we have modularity, meaning that we can use 2 or 4 solid rocket boosters.
The upper stage of Ariane 6 is powered by the Vinci engine, capable of 3 reignitions, and is perfectly fitted for deployment of large constellations, execution of complex missions or of rideshare.
Une autre innovation de l'ensemble de lancement, c'est le portique mobile, ou plutôt son gigantisme. Il faut avoir des ordres de grandeur à l'esprit. Il est aussi haut que le premier étage de la Tour Eiffel. Il pèse plus lourd que la Tour Eiffel et nous devons être en capacité de le déplacer sur une longueur qui fait à peu près 140 mètres en moins de 20 minutes.
The Ariane 6 launch system is designed for a launch every 2 weeks, enabling us to target up to 11 launches per year.
Ariane 6 will ensure that Europe is on the forefront, continuing the legacy of the Ariane family.
This maiden flight will be the culmination of all this intense work across Europe, and we're looking forward to it. So go Ariane 6, go!
Well, a rocket is nothing without its launch pad, and we've built a whole new launch system for Ariane 6, which really is a massive feat of engineering. But Tina, what do we actually mean by launch system?
So the launch system, Katie, for which ESA is responsible, is actually the combination of the rocket itself and its launch pad. The launcher design and production was the responsibility of Ariane Group and its industrial partners, and the launch pad is designed and built by the French agency CNES and partners, and is significantly different actually from Ariane 5. It has less buildings, less means, and that allows simplified operations and a shorter launch campaign. And the impressive construction, we will see a bit more in a second, means was done protecting actually fauna and flora here in Guyane.
And we're looking here now at a movie to show some of the stages. What happened? What are its main features?
So everything started with earthworks and excavation of this 28-meter deep hole. This is where the launch pad now has its flame exhaust ducts. And here we see the start of the railwork for the mobile entry, so this colossal Eiffel Tower on rails. The building that is used to actually access all the platforms. And you remember, Katie, we've been in there.
Yeah, very impressive.
Floors. Here we see the steel structure actually being built in a time-lapse. And on the left side of the movie here, you see the water tower that is actually used to damp the noise at liftoff. And on the right side, you see the exhaust flame ducts for the boosters. Huge concrete structures, actually.
That's where all the flames of the fire comes out.
Yeah. This here is the assembly building for the 2 stages. Now we do that in horizontal integration, which reduces the cost. And here we see some pictures of the installations for the propellant storage, handling and transfer. There are thousands of components and valves, and actually a lot more than what we see here is underground. Quite impressive galleries.
Quite a labyrinth under there.
We have a look here at the water pool, which is equipped with the spark igniters. This is where we burn the hydrogen from the line's cooling process or when it evaporates during filling operations. And here we have a quick look at the water system test. And the water is actually being recycled after every launch. And to finish, we see a mock-up that was used to train putting the rocket in vertical position. And finally, the cherry on the cake for the launch system was the long firing test we did last year in November, where we qualified the main stage flight.
The hot fire test, as it's known. So we have a number of passengers on board the bus today, sharing their ride. All spacecraft, of course. We don't have any people on board. The biggest one is about the size maybe of a satellite dish, and the smallest one is the size of a little box of matches that you could fit in your pocket. We have satellites from commercial companies, space agencies and universities, and they range from established players like NASA to students designing their first ever satellite. And most of them, well, they're testing their technologies, aren't they, to check that they actually work in space, right, Tina?
Yeah, we do have lots of different fascinating small spacecraft on board indeed. Some are detecting gamma ray bursts, so the most powerful explosions in the universe. Some are tracking wildlife. We have one checking which materials actually work best to get rid of heat in space. And one is testing a technology for a kind of a Wi-Fi in space, but using light instead of radio waves. And of course we have two who will return to Earth, so 2 re-entry capsules.
Some really interesting stuff on board there, and we'll be finding out more about them later, of course. But before launch, all eyes are on these status panels. The green panels, that's a good sign, the fact that they are all green. They're showing us the go, no-go status across the base, a little bit like traffic lights. They all need to be green for a launch to go ahead.
Indeed, so what we're looking for are actually 3 main systems. And these panels are showing us the health of those systems. There's the launcher with its ground systems. Maybe it's not very visible on the screen. So we call it the ensemble de lancement and the lanceur. It's on the right side of the panels. Not sure visible for everyone. The second one is actually the satellite, so the so-called payload stack. And then there's a third group that we look out for. They are all part of the range. Now we see it better. The range includes actually telemetry, radars, the weather, and safeguarding. And today we have still a very comfortable launch window. Now it's 3 hours. We had a little delay because some routine checks in the ground segment equipment happened earlier this morning. Yeah, but it means that there's still plenty of time to fix any glitches if a panel turns red.
And we have a couple of control rooms on the job today. We have mission control, which is what we're looking at, I don't know, 15 to 20 kilometres from the pad. A bit like the air traffic control tower at the airport. And closer to the pad, we have launch control, a bit more like the cockpit of the plane. Of course, the rocket does go on autopilot after liftoff. Tina, this is your home.
Indeed. This was my home the past month.
You've been there this morning?
Yeah. So this is where we actually get the launch pad and the launcher ready for liftoff. There are 2 teams working here in very close interaction. This is the team doing the actual operations. So these guys are having their hands on the rocket and on the pad, opening the valves, sending in the fuel, switching systems on and off. And next to this room, there's the room for the design authorities, as we call them. So the people who designed the system. Here we have them. This is where I would be sitting. So they see each other and they're separated only by a glass wall. During operations, the designers monitor what is happening in the systems in real time, checking temperatures, pressures, currents, and they see immediately when something looks a little bit unusual or when things go slightly off track. And then they meet and troubleshoot in real time. So this is here what we call on site the base avant. And they are supported by engineers who actually have the exact same information that we have here in French Guiana, back in Paris, close to Paris. Here they are in Space Code. So all of them belong to the design team in Ariane Group, and they are actually the support office base arrière. It means we can engage more brains to solve trouble if we have some.
The more brains, the better. I wonder how it feels to sit in there, Tina.
It's an absolute dream job.
Ah. Right, we have the last weather check coming up. There's our rocket, Ariane 6, standing tall on the pad. We are actually on the Amazonian coast of French Guiana in South America. It's hot, it's humid, it's been raining all morning. The operational teams, they can control a lot of things, can't they, Tina? But not the weather. We're in the lap of the gods.
That is true. We can't control the weather, but we can monitor it. And that's actually very important. Weather conditions must be right for the launch to go ahead. So we always have our eyes on the weather.
And is rain a problem?
Well, it is a problem only for the photographers, not for the rocket. It's not made of sugar.
Well, that's a good job. As I said, it's been raining this morning, otherwise it would have melted. But
exactly. But there are actually a lot of other things that we need to monitor, as safety is paramount here at the base. So several weather checks during the day are made. The first one is made before actually removing the mobile gantry, so that was fine. We rolled back, and early in the chronology we actually look at the wind on the pad as long as we haven't fueled up. And we're also looking at wind at altitude. So between 10 and 20 kilometers, we look at the wind speed and the directions. We have to guarantee the best conditions for the mission and for safety reasons. And we also look for lightning risk.
Yes, that's important too. And how do we find out about the weather?
So here we see the weather station here in Kourou, and they are launching weather balloons carrying instruments that send back information on atmospheric temperature, pressure, and humidity. And at the same time, we also have sensors around the launch base and at the coast for wind and for lightning. And here we have a look at the launch pad. We can see that we have 4 huge lightning masts, so we are protected on the pad in the case of lightning. But of course, once we lift off, we have to be sure that there's no lightning risk once we head out.
Tina, you've been working here on site for, some weeks, I believe, and some of your colleagues have been here on the base for months, getting ready for today. So I'm guessing that you'll get to know each other pretty well. We call this process of preparing the rocket and the spacecraft the launch campaign, and there are a number of different things that happen during that time. So Tina, just run us through some of the main events of the launch campaign.
So we have a brand new cargo ship, which is called the Canopy. It's a hybrid wind-powered sailing boat, and this one transported the rocket stages from mainland Europe to French Guiana. It was end of February this year, and then they were transported by road to the spaceport into the final assembly building. So here we do the horizontal assembly of the main and the upper stage. And we also connect the fuel connectors, for example. So what we see here is actually the ULPM. It means the upper stage that is rolled in first. And once we see here both stages being mated. And once this is done, we open the doors towards the launch pad, and we have an automated guidance vehicle that actually rolls completely by its own the 800 meters to launch zone, where then the central core, as we call it, once it's assembled, is lifted up and placed on the table. The boosters, they are actually prepared in a separate booster preparation building, and they are transported on their own transport means, which is a delicate operation because they are already filled, obviously. Once they are then connected to the rocket, we move over to the satellite preparation building that we see here. So here the payload stack is being prepared, and once we actually put on the fairing around all our dedicated passengers, we call the product our upper composite. And the upper composite has another dedicated transport mean. Here we see it. It's called the upper composite trailer, and it has ventilations running for the satellites while it's actually being moved over to the launch pad. Yeah, and once the payload stack is on the launcher, as we can see here, the launcher is ready for test or liftoff.
And here it is standing tall there today on the left-hand side of your screen. We're 6 minutes to launch now. We are live at the European spaceport. The final countdown actually started about 10 hours ago with a lot of important operations. What's been happening, Tina?
Yeah, so at 7 a.m. local time this morning, we had the rollback of the mobile gantry. Since then, we have no more access to the launcher, so we were changing our ventilation systems from air to neutral gas, and we were flushing all remaining humidity out of the system, which is important. And around 9:45 this morning, we started chilling down of the ground lines, and around 11, we actually started filling up the launcher. First the upper stage, then lower stage. Then in parallel, we were pressurizing our systems and doing electrical checks, armings, getting telemetry and radars ready. And now we're in a phase that we call the topping up.
À tous de DDO, attention pour la séquence finale lanceur. Top à 0-5 minutes.
So our Range Operations Manager, Raymond Boyce, has announced the final 5 minutes of the countdown, a very, very important time. We call it the automatic sequence or the synchronized sequence because Ariane 6 is now becoming progressively autonomous, and there are lots of really, really important operations during this time.
Look at the people there. Here? This is Limero, I think, cheering. Yeah, those operations are actually timed at the millisecond intervals. It's a very impressive list of system checks going on. It's a very exciting moment. So now the controls are actually gradually being handed over from ground to the computers on the launcher. Nobody's moving anymore in the control room because we cannot miss a single operation in this sequence. We stop the topping up, we do a final loading in the tanks, pressurization to flight pressure, we load in the software, we command arming of the safety barriers, and we do the handover. And if anything has to stop, if everything goes wrong in these 5 minutes, we reset the clock back to the 5 minutes.
And here we can see the teams at Ariane Group cheering on Ariane 6.
Everyone's there. And here the teams in Bremen, Moin Bremen. Everyone is here. Awesome. Yeah.
So we are getting close now. Concentration levels very high. A number of things to watch out for as we get closer now to launch, and a few things at launch, and a few changes for people who are familiar with Ariane 5. If you look at the top of the launcher, you can't see them very easily from here, but there's two yellow things clamping on at the top 3/4 of the way up. We call those the cryogenic arms. What's their job, Tina? There's a better shot of them.
Yeah. So we are fueling the rocket with liquid oxygen and hydrogen that we send through these arms, and the propellants actually have to be kept at very low temperatures. Liquid hydrogen at minus 253 degrees, and liquid oxygen at minus 180. And we still lose some of these propellants through evaporation. Right now we cannot really see it because we are in daylight, otherwise you would see smoke coming out. So we need to top up the tanks until the last seconds, and we do the exact same thing that we do here on the upper stage, as you can see, also on the lower stage. Here we have the pictures of the lower stage, actually, the fueling system on the lower stage. And so these massive fueling and pressurization systems, they will be disconnected and retracted at liftoff. It's a command that is sent just 300 milliseconds before we send the command to ignite the boosters. And another thing to look out for now, just before liftoff, is that 7 seconds before liftoff, the Vulcain engine will be ignited, and that allows us actually to check it is running smoothly before we ignite the boosters. And once the boosters are switched on, of course, we lift off. There's no holding us back. And another thing that you might see are the plume effects of these boosters. So the extreme heat of the booster waves onto the launch pad need to be managed. And here we have a look at Vulcain, so we will see it firing up in a minute.
This is the main Vulcain engine on the main stage.
Indeed, indeed. And we see here that we are getting a bit lonely in Jupiter too. Everyone is
yes, all the teams
to the terrace.
Everyone going out onto the balcony to watch the launch in real life. We're getting close now, coming up to the 1 minute mark. The range operations manager getting ready to call that out.
À tous de DDO, attention pour moins d'1 minute. Top I0 moins d'1 minute.
We are 1 minute to launch. Our best wishes to all the Ariane 6 teams and everyone who's been working so hard for today. Good luck, everyone.
Go Ariane 6, gute Reise and bon voyage.
À tous de DDO, attention pour le décompte final. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top. Allumage 2 ESR, décollage. Nominal. Trajectoire nominale.
Europe's new rocket,
Pilotage calme, trajectoire nominale.
Ariane 6, has left the pad and is blazing a trail across the equatorial skies. The range operations manager is telling us that everything is going according to plan. Tina.
And I didn't know my heart can pump so fast. Oh my God.
Trajectoire nominale, pilotage calme.
We're rumbling now. And Jupiter too. We hear her.
It's quite a sight.
Oh, she's coming, she's coming. Oh my gosh. This is happening.
It's the most incredible feeling. We're on the edge of tears here in the commentary box because this is a big day and a big moment.
Trajectoire nominale.
Actually, the building's rumbling around us now. And look, these are the live images from the cameras on board.
We're looking at the booster. We're looking down.
We're looking downwards.
One of the two boosters, we can see the flames coming out of that booster because, of course, the
Position la
boosters,
télémesure pour la station de Saint-Jean, propulsion nominale.
boosters are doing all the work. He's telling us that everything is going according to plan and everything is nominal.
And look at the visibility. We might even be
C'est
able
nominal,
to see the
trajectoire
separation.
nominale.
We have clear skies tonight, this afternoon. We had rain all day, but the clouds parted. The two dots there, the boosters.
There we see them falling off.
Séparation des ESR.
Confirmed, we have booster separation. So, wow, that's the first clapping here that we see. What a beautiful liftoff.
And our cameras on board.
Propulsion nominale, trajectoire nominale.
These pictures are coming in with a 20 seconds delay, which is why we have them now. Look at this, how they fall off. Wow. Amazing, amazing. So these boosters, they have transported us 60 kilometers high.
And we can see that dot is
Trajectoire nominale.
telling us that the trajectory is normal, everything going according to plan. That's the engine on the main stage that you can see there. And we've got a camera inside now. What are we looking at here, Tina? Oh, we're looking back down at the Earth.
This was actually a camera inside the interstage, so we will be able to see when the lower stage separates. That's coming up. But now we have actually lost half our mass already because the boosters have burned almost 300 tons of fuel in 2 minutes
Pilotage
time.
calme, trajectoire nominale.
Everything nominal,
And
as
we're
the range
getting-
operations manager says.
Yes, and we're getting close now to the next thing, which will be the jettisoning of the fairing being the nose cone of the launch vehicle, which is where the passengers are sitting. And we can
Séparation de la coiffe.
We even see the... Wow, that's amazing.
We had confirmation there that the fairing has been jettisoned.
Yes, so the fairing that was protecting our spacecraft withstands all the pressure and the heat, and once we stuck out the nose out of the atmosphere, we didn't need her anymore, and it has been jettisoned.
So what we're looking at now is the main stage, which is what we're burning on the right hand of the screen.
Yes, and this is the live camera from orbit, and we see the fairing falling off there.
And
amazing pictures.
You see how it twists? I believe, Tina, that I'm right in saying that's
Trajectoire
what
nominale, propulsion nominale.
Exactly. And we also see on the screen on the right side actually the telemetry. So on the top you see the trajectory. So in green the planned trajectory, and in yellow the actual flight trajectory, everything going nominal. So you have altitude over time. And in the middle you see our ground track. You see exactly where we are over the Earth. And on the right side you see our altitude. We're already in 140 kilometers.
Trajectoire nominale, il reste moins de 3 minutes de propulsion du Vulcain.
2.4 kilometers per second, and the main stage is operating.
It is, and you can see it here. It's a great big tank of fuel.
Indeed. So it is a 32-meter high cylinder, weighs 23 tons when it's empty, and it can carry 154 tons of cryogenic propellant, supporting the upper stage and the boosters. For our technical audience, we don't have any common bulkhead anymore, so we have now 2 separate tanks, and this makes the handling of the pressures a bit easier than on Ariane 5.
And it's burning a very powerful
Propulsion
engine.
nominale, trajectoire conforme à l'attendu.
He's telling us that the
Everything nominal.
trajectory is normal.
Exactly. Yeah, Vulcain engine is now simplified, mainly for cost reduction reasons with regard to Ariane 5. The nozzle manufacturing is completely different, and the gas generator is made of additive manufacturing.
Il reste moins de 2 minutes de propulsion du Vulcain.
Telling us that there's 2 minutes left of propulsion on the Vulcain engine.
So the Vulcain engine has a new challenge because the booster plumes impact at liftoff. They're actually so high that the thermal protection around the nozzle actually had to be beefed up a bit, and we have tiles now around the nozzle, and the nozzle itself also has a new manufacturing method. So it's a more simple and cost-effective design right now.
We're getting closer now to the next phase, which is switching off the engine and jettisoning the main stage, because of course we want to lose each section of the rocket as we climb higher. The lighter we are, the faster we go. So we're separating the next stage, but that's actually quite a complex process, isn't it?
Indeed, because you have to detect first that the rocket is actually ready for separation. This is done by the guidance algorithm. And afterwards, the Vulcain engine is cut off. And 6 seconds later only, we will see separation of the stage, initiated by pyro commands. And we do that by actually extending a set of springs. And the push that the lower stage does to get rid of the upper stage, or the other way around, to push itself away from the upper stage, has the same push, or the same thrust, as we call it, as the Vinci engine, but it only does that during 0.2 seconds.
Getting close now to what we call MECO, main engine cut-off. That's coming up in a few seconds.
Fin de mission sauvegarde.
Telling us that the safety mission here at the Space Center is now finished. We should be seeing something.
Extinction du moteur Vulcain.
We have confirmation that Vulcain has switched off.
Séparation LLPM.
And the lower stage has separated, so he gets these informations before we can see them on the screen.
So,
allumage du moteur Vinci.
And Vinci was ignited. Wow, that's a very, very, very important moment of this mission. Congrats to Bremen and to Vernon.
And we have applause here.
Clapping here in Jupiter.
Yep, happy faces. The upper stage.
See the lower stage.
Propulsion nominal.
In our onboard cameras. Wow. Will we see the Vinci engine also firing up? I don't know if that can be seen on the camera.
Wow, this is really something.
We can see it. Look, look, look. You see the color changing on the Vinci engine?
Yep.
As it's heating up? Beautiful. And you can see that we're actually up there right now.
So you can see that we lifted off from the pad here at the Guyana Space Center, heading northeast, our altitude 373. Traveling at nearly 4 kilometers a second, propulsion normal. And look at that, Tina, the curvature of the Earth with the Vinci engine burning away.
Allumage APU.
And here we hear calling out that the APU, a new feature actually on the Vinci, on the upper stage of Ariane 6, has also switched on. So there's a lot of good news coming in here, because the big innovation actually of Ariane 6 is, of course, the reignitable Vinci engine. It can switch on and switch off, and it does that by the help of the APU.
Pilotage calme, propulsion nominal.
So both are running as planned. We are now in our first Vinci burn phase, and we will reignite the Vinci engine twice in this mission. A big shout out here for the Franco-German cooperation. The upper stage is designed and built by Ariane Group in Bremen in Germany, and the engine was designed in Vernon in France, and the whole stage has been put under test in Lampertshausen on a brand new test bench designed by the German Space Agency, the DLR. And that was an immense effort, immense team effort to get this test done.
So they're all going to be very happy. The first Ariane 6 is off the ground. Let's take a little look now at what's coming up for Europe's launchers in the future.
We are already working with our partners on the significant evolution of Ariane 6 to improve its performance and therefore its competitiveness. It includes evolution of the solid boosters and evolution of the upper stage engine, the Vinci engine.
For institutional customers, we are going to deliver for the European Commission and ESA for Galileo.
Propulsion nominale, trajectoire nominale.
For CNES, TGA, and optical satellite. Regarding our commercial customers, we will deliver for the Kuiper project, and we have 18 launches to deliver for this constellation. And we will also deliver for telecommunication operators such as Eutelsat, Intelsat, and Optus.
Today, what we are doing with our partners is to make a steep industrial ramp-up to increase the production in order to fulfill all the expectations of our customers.
Un des enjeux de la rénovation du CSG, c'est d'être capable d'avoir plus de vols et d'être capable de réduire les délais entre deux vols consécutifs. Et donc c'est pour ça qu'on numérise la base, entre guillemets. Ça va nous permettre de faire ces passages d'un client à l'autre beaucoup plus rapidement. Et ça, c'est un enjeu majeur pour la base, mais aussi pour les clients, parce que ça veut dire qu'ils auront
propulsion nominale, trajectoire nominale.
Trouver le bon slot pour leur.
In the short term, we are preparing how Ariane 6 can better fit a very quickly evolving market. For instance, with new boosters that have more capabilities. In the midterm, it can be the preparation of such a thing as reusable stages and engines. We are preparing Prometheus and Themis demonstrator.
Ariane 6 will be guaranteeing Europe's independent access to space for decades to come. It will launch missions to the moon, cargo to the surface of the moon, and it will launch our scientific satellites such as Envision to Venus.
The role of ESA will evolve.
Acquisition de la télémesure par la station de Santa Maria aux Açores.
Paradigm shift for Europe, something that we very proactively pursue is part of my strategy to really change ESA, transform ESA, but also space in Europe. And yes, this is something I'm really
trajectoire nominale.
And here on a hill just outside the Guyana Space Centre is an important group of people inside that building there. We call them the Quick Look Telemetry Team.
Exactly, because all the launch vehicle data are actually sent to the Galileo station, which is so here on site. And the team that we see now here, they don't enjoy the good weather because they're actually the ones analyzing these data in real time, and they are really the first ones to know what is happening on the rocket.
And of course, they send that information, and the range operations manager can then call out those announcements. And our flight path, you can see it on the right of your screen, takes us northeast towards Scotland, over Scandinavia, over Russia, Central Asia, and then back down over Southeast Asia towards Australia. And we've picked up the signal at the Santa Maria tracking station in the Azores. We have that confirmed.
Indeed. So we're controlled by the Azores station now, and this is part of Portugal. So let's shout at Boa noite, Portugal. Thank you for helping us tracking our launcher tonight.
13,000 people across Europe have been
fin de
involved in creating
par la
Ariane
station de
6.
Saint-Jean-du-Maroni.
And they are proud members of Space Team Europe.
Ariane 6, c'est une épopée. On se sera beaucoup investi, mis beaucoup d'énergie, beaucoup de bonne volonté. Et à la fin, on sera fiers de nous. Je pense que c'est exceptionnel. On n'est pas nombreux finalement dans le monde à pouvoir dire j'ai développé un lanceur. Et c'est vraiment extraordinaire.
Forcément,
Il reste moins de 4 minutes de propulsion du Vinci.
Quelques sacrifices, c'est sûr. Et par contre, ça va laisser surtout des souvenirs d'émotions incroyables, comme lors
Pas
de
de
la
visibilité de la télémesure par la station de Galileo.
L'émotion qu'on a eue quand la chronologie s'est déroulée, c'est des souvenirs que je suis pas prêt d'oublier.
C'était le 2.1, les opérations que l'on a fait pendant toute la nuit avec cette adrénaline qui nous maintient éveillés, qui nous permet de rester concentrés pendant des heures et des heures sur les opérations que l'on déroule. Donc c'est quelque chose aussi qui qui est vraiment hors du commun par rapport aux autres métiers.
C'était le Covid, on travaillait sous le portique avec les masques, la chaleur, etc. C'était un petit peu l'enfer à cette époque-là, avec les contraintes sanitaires, etc. Mais les gens étaient là, les gens étaient volontaires et c'était incroyable de voir cette énergie malgré toutes les contraintes pendant ces essais et à la fin les avoir conduits avec les succès qu'on connaît aujourd'hui.
Il est quand même nécessaire d'avoir une cohésion d'équipe importante, d'avoir une entraide entre les différents industriels et les différents spécificateurs et aussi d'avoir quand même une aide de la part de l'ensemble de nos familles parce qu'avec le temps que l'on a passé hors de chez nous, c'est quand même important à dire.
Le bilan que j'en tire de mon expérience Ariane 6 est positif, très positif. Donc il y a eu des moments de doute. Et ce que je retiens personnellement, c'est que même quand on doute, il faut chercher du support auprès des collègues. Il y en a d'autres qui doutent. En fait, on doute tous. On est tous pareils. Il faut avoir confiance en soi. Et ensemble, on peut vraiment aller très loin. Et on le voit avec Ariane 6, c'est qu'on y arrive humainement, tout est possible.
Je pense que la plus grande fierté qu'on puisse avoir, c'est d'avoir cette équipe, indépendamment même des résultats techniques qui bien sûr sont à la hauteur de nos attentes. Mais c'est surtout cette belle équipe qui me rend le plus fier. Voilà.
Constitué des différents industriels, différentes personnes, différentes nationalités, Ariane 6, c'est vraiment l'image de le Space Team Europe.
Alors go Ariane 6.
Ah, that's your gang, Tina, and your colleagues, right?
Indeed, that really warms my heart, and it's such a pleasure to see these people here. They are, of course, my colleagues, but they have also become friends now, and it really feels like we have become a big family, you know, between ESA, CNES, Ariane Group, and all the partners, and we have all given so much of our energy, long working hours. We know each other really well right now, and this human adventure that we all share is, I think, what you really feel when you watch this movie, and really. A big cheers to all of them and to all of our families actually who supported this incredible time, because to all this team and to our families, this is where I really want to dedicate.
Il reste moins d'une minute du moteur de l'étage supérieur, Vinci.
So we have 1 more minute before we actually supposed to have cut off of Vinci, and let me use this. They were talking about the adrenaline in the movie, but also what helps our adrenaline and what keeps us up is coffee. So Katie, I have a fun question for you.
Oh dear.
How much coffee do you think was ordered and drunk in the Launch Control Center in the past 2 years, where we did early testing and testing of the rocket?
I can only imagine you're going to tell me it's an awful lot.
We have actually done the calculations based on our statistics of orders, and it was 600 kilos in just over 2 years.
Oh my goodness, Tina. You lot drink a lot of coffee.
That's what it takes to move a rocket up.
Human rocket fuel.
And we just had the confirmation that Vinci actually cut off. Another big round of clapping here in Jupiter. Congratulations.
Fantastic news.
And we are where we should be at a speed of 7.56 kilometers per second, as you can see here. Everything nominal. 350 kilometers, sorry, of altitude.
And travelling at nearly 8 kilometers per second. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, per second. And so that's the first major accomplishment.
L'orbital à l'extinction du Vinci est nominal.
Everything nominal.
Everything nominal. So that's happy faces all round.
Yes, and this is actually where Ariane 5 would stop its mission. We could be now on a transfer orbit to geostationary orbit, but with Ariane 6 we actually plan to take the mission further and reignite the Vinci engine, and this will allow us to travel to a second orbit.
So we're going to be taking a break in a minute because we are scheduled to release our next set of spacecraft about 45 minutes from now, but we've accomplished this first hugely important phase. And look at that, Tina. That's the perspective from the rocket as she flies high in the sky.
We have a beautiful planet that we're looking
We're very,
down
very
to.
lucky, yes. We're going to leave telemetry. We're going to leave the live cams up on the screen for you. We will lose the signal briefly between 24 and 39 minutes. That's perfectly normal. But let's take a look now at the Lego movie for some ideas of a new set that could be made.
La propulsion est nominale, le pilotage est calme. Fin de la compensation APU. Orbite atteinte à la fin de la compensation APU est normale. Acquisition de la télémesure par la station d'Ossaguel. Fin de visibilité de la télémesure par la station de Santa Maria. Acquisition de la télémesure par le satellite TDRS. Propulsion nominale. Propulsion APU nominale, pilotage calme. Propulsion nominale, pilotage APU nominal. Propulsion APU nominale, pilotage calme. Acquisition de la télémesure par la station de Lucknow. Propulsion APU nominale. Fin de visibilité de la télémesure par la station de Lucknow. Acquisition TDRS. Propulsion APU nominale, pilotage calme.
Welcome back to our live broadcast. Fantastic shots there of Europe's new rocket, Ariane 6, lifting off from her newly built pad here at the European Spaceport. That was 52 minutes ago. I'm Katie Haswell, and I'm in mission control with Tina Buchner da Costa, who is a rocket systems expert from the European Space Agency. Tina, it's so great to have you with us. Thank you.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here.
It was an absolutely incredible launch. Ariane 6 performed like clockwork, and even the clouds parted and gave us clear skies for a beautiful view.
Indeed, it was really a magical moment, and this liftoff just had set this mind-blowing pictures, so I lost everything I wanted to say and just enjoyed the show. I hope you did as well. We could see the separation of the two boosters. We are flying an A62 today, so with two boosters, we could upgrade to an A64 version with Ariane 6. That we actually separated 2 minutes into the flight. Then we saw the fairing opening, revealing our numerous passengers to the environment of space. And a bit less than 8 minutes into the flight, we had separation of the main stage and the first ignition of the novel Vinci engine on the upper stage. The Vinci engine then burned for about 10 minutes, and since then we've been in coasting phase, which will last about 38 minutes. And right now everything is nominal, as we heard also during the break. And soon coming up is the second boost, so the first re-ignition for the Vinci engine. And we were tracked by Lucknow in India, hello India, during the break, and are now getting close to the north coast of Australia, actually.
Indeed, and if anyone who's not familiar with the information on the top of the screen, we've got on the left-hand side the trajectory, that's the planned trajectory, and the white cross is the actual position of the launch vehicle. And then on the right-hand side, you can see our altitude, 550 kilometres above our planet, heading to low Earth orbit. We've travelled nearly 19,000 kilometres if you were to draw a straight line across the Earth from the pad, and Vitesse is our speed, nearly 8 kilometres per second. So we've been coasting without the engine for about half an hour now, but that doesn't actually mean that nothing's happening on board, is it? Because we have a new addition, and you did mention it earlier for Ariane 6, right?
Yes, so you're right. At the moment, the Vinci engine is off. But when we are in coasting phase, the auxiliary propulsion unit, the APU, is actually running, and we heard the DDO saying that it's running nominally, which is very good news. And this piece of equipment is what makes Ariane 6 so versatile, as it is the key to the reignition capability of the Vinci engine, actually. What it does, it uses fuel of the two main tanks and can create a small thrust, a constant thrust, as it has two little thrusters mounted on the rear side of the upper stage. So what does it actually do? We need to manage three things to prepare the reignition. One of the things is the tank pressures. Second thing is the tank temperatures. And we also need to look for the position and the quality of the fuel. And so to illustrate this last point, position of the fuel. The fuels on board, they actually, once we are in orbit, behave exactly like astronauts. So they would be floating in space, so they would be floating all around. And this is not exactly what we want them to do. So we need them to stay close to the tank bottom to be able to guide them then towards the engine for reignition. It's a little bit like if you were preventing your champagne glass from spilling while you're running. So this is a bit the job that it actually
very important thing to be able to do.
Don't lose your champagne. So the APU actually creates a little bit of artificial gravity. And the second point I mentioned was about temperature. We need to avoid the propellant evaporating, because that would mean a loss in performance. So while the sun is shining on the rocket, it heats up the tanks, and if the propellant then touch the tank walls...
Acquisition de la télémesure par la station de Nunorcia.
So we have acquisition of New Northa in Australia. Hello, Australia. The second job of the APU is actually the tank pressure management.
And this is the scheduled moment here for the switching on of the Vinci engine.
Deuxième allumage Vinci.
Wow. We have confirmation that Vinci has switched back on. That means the APU has also done its second job in repressurizing actually the tanks, which was what I was about to explain. Amazing, amazing. So we could save a lot of helium actually on our upper stage.
Propulsion nominale.
Propulsion is nominal.
Yeah, we could save a lot of helium.
Inspection du moteur Vinci.
Because this is actually done by the APU. Amazing. So that means that we are now in a circular orbit around the Earth at 577 kilometers altitude.
So this is a very big moment and a very important moment. The Vinci engine has switched back on again and off again. And here are the teams, the quick look telemetry guys and girls who we saw earlier on the hill outside the...
L'orbite atteinte à la fin du deuxième boost Vinci est correcte.
Yes, everything is correct as expected after the second Vinci boost.
Outside the Space Center, and they're getting the information in, and they're hearing all those confirmations there. So, gosh, this is a very, very exciting launch, isn't it, Tina? One of the features of Ariane 6 is the flexibility.
APU nominal.
Everything nominal.
Everything nominal.
It's mind-blowing that we got here without any hiccups. This is a great achievement, I can say.
It is indeed, and I was just saying one of the features of Ariane 6 is really having the flexibility, if you like, to deliver any type of satellite to any type of orbit with this engine that can switch on and off. What kind of missions will Ariane 6 be able to deliver?
So Ariane 6 actually will come in two versions. I mentioned it several times. A62, the medium-sized launcher that we're flying today, and Ariane 64, which is more the heavy launcher version of Ariane 6 with 4 boosters. And it is actually designed to adapt to all kinds of mission and all kinds of customer requests. So the flexibility is key here. We have 2 different versions coming also for the fairing, and we will be able to launch all kinds of telecommunication satellites, navigation satellites, Earth observation satellites, scientific satellites, you name it. We can launch constellations in all kinds of sizes and different setups.
Some very exciting missions there, and constellations, of course, are clusters of very small satellites close to Earth, often delivering high-speed broadband. So today we have 17 spacecraft on board. So we have a number of different passengers. Some of them are going to stay on board, and some of them are going to be released in space. The ones staying on board, of course, will be doing experiments. The first batch is going to get off the bus in about 6 minutes. They are CubeSats, which means they're very small cubes, so some of them even as big as a Rubik's Cube. So what's actually going to happen?
Well, 17 passengers, let the picture talk, because otherwise it gets too complicated. What we see here is in green we have the CubeSats. So they are positioned in 90-degree angles in what we call deployers, and they will be released by the deployers very shortly. In yellow you see the experiments that we have on board, and you mentioned correctly they will stay on board and re-enter together with the Ariane 6 upper stage at the end of the mission, doing their science experiments while we are out there. And in blue we actually have 2 re-entry capsules that we're going to release in about 1.5 hours time, because they will actually travel down to Earth on their own, testing re-entry technology. And the CubeSats that we're about to release, they will go out in 3 orders. So we'll send out 3 pyrotechnical orders, and the boxes will open up their doors and release them in our separation altitude that we have right now, which is 580 kilometers, exactly as planned.
So our passengers are going to be testing a range of technologies to see how they work in space. You can see there we're being tracked by the new Norcia tracking station on the right-hand side there. Let's find out a little bit about them now, a bit more about them.
Four satellites will contribute to Earth observation and safety. CubeCat-4 will detect several types of weather phenomena and also analyse land and ice coverage using the reflected signals from global navigation satellites like Galileo. Robusta 3A will measure the accumulation of water vapour over the Mediterranean Sea to forecast extreme rain that could lead to flooding in the south of France. The small OOV cube will track wildlife in remote areas, sending data to scientists in real time. Despite its small dimensions, it has other goals like testing new perovskite solar cells, a wide-angle camera and an L-band radio system. IST-SAT will help improve aircraft and spacecraft tracking and ultimately air safety by collecting, in space, signals initially designed for use with ground stations. 4 of our passengers will study the mysteries of space science. the NASA Curie CubeSats will measure radio burst emissions from solar eruptions, such as flares and coronal mass ejections that drive space weather. Further into space are gamma ray bursts, the brightest and most extreme explosions in the universe. GRB Beta will be a testbed for a range of new technologies essential for future gamma ray burst detection. Some of our youngest operators are space amateurs, aged from 15 years old. Their PariSat experiment will study black body radiation by finding the best materials to dissipate heat in space. Data on the temperature of its 8 different square plates will be transmitted to the Kiruna ground station in Sweden. Younger still are the high school students who designed Peregrinus to study the correlation between Earth's magnetic field and solar activity, in particular the intensity of X-ray and gamma radiation. The next 5 passengers will develop and test new technologies for the benefit of future rockets, spacecraft and satellites, and ultimately life and infrastructure on Earth. ESA's YP-SAT will record visual data and scientific measurements from Ariane 6's baseplate during the separation of the fairing and deployment of the satellites. Curium-1 will test new open-source hardware and software for the benefit of CubeSat and amateur radio
Manœuvre d'orientation en cours au profit des charges utiles.
Sidlock, our smallest passenger on board, will enable communication between satellites to help make space safer. LiFi, or Life Fidelity, is a wireless communication system that uses light pulses as a data transmitter and could simplify communication between different parts of the rocket. The production of complex structures in space could be a massive asset for space missions, and Replicator will be the first mission to 3D print in open space. Now the 2 deployers. For its first flight on a European launcher, EXO Launch will deploy 4 of these passengers. And for its first launch ever, Rami will deploy 3 of the CubeSats and will carry with it the handprints of Spanish children who proudly support its mission. Students or professionals, newcomers or established players, these missions all share the incredible experience of flying on Ariane 6's inaugural flight. So, go!
Wow, I'm so impressed to see the science that has actually gone into this, and with these small missions, what you can actually do. And it's totally fascinating how young our scientists here are. And imagine what an opportunity to be on this first flight of Ariane 6. Imagine being 15 and being part of all this adventure. It's incredible.
It's wonderful. And a big shout out to you guys as you're watching now, getting ready to see your babies being released into space. Getting close now to the upstages, getting ready to deliver our first batch of little spacecraft in just over a minute, our 8 CubeSats.
Exactly, and they, as we said, they sit in the little containers, the deployers, and the doors are still closed. And once they will open, some springs will extend and actually push out our CubeSats into space. So we are crossing fingers for everyone who has a CubeSat, and we'll see space very soon. The upper stage, and we heard that confirmed by the range operations manager, has done the orientation maneuvers that were necessary to be now in the right direction and pointing to where our CubeSats actually need to go. And the APU is switched off in order to avoid that we actually collide with the CubeSats. Very important.
Extinction APU.
Now we have the confirmation. It is actually turned off, the APU. So now our CubeSats are ready to be released.
They're going to be released in 3 waves.
Yeah, first we will see OOV Cube, bye-bye, Curium-1, bye-bye, Robusto 3A, and we have initialization of YP-SAT.
La séquence de séparation des CubeSats.
And Peregrinus, second separation was CubeCat-4 IST-SAT, GRB Beta, initialization of Sidlock and PariSat, and the third one was separation of Curie and Replicator. And since everything happened in 9 seconds, we have the onboard camera here, with a certain delay. So here they go, 1. We obviously can't see all the separations because we have only one camera looking up there.
Big cheers and lots of clapping. Very, very happy faces here in the Jupiter control room.
Début de séparation des CubeSats.
And we have confirmation that all of them were actually separated.
It's very exciting.
Wow, look at this.
I have to tell you that the atmosphere here in the Jupiter Mission Control Center is absolutely electric.
Actually, no one is in their seats anymore. They're all standing up there.
Yeah, clapping, some whooping, absolutely over the moon.
This is a remarkable achievement for all the teams. Hats off to all involved getting this far on the first flight. Congratulations to Ariane Group, CNES, ESA teams, and all the partners involved in all the 13 countries in Europe. This is really something to be proud of. Give your families a huge hug for supporting the tensions and the years of hard work.
Absolutely. Indeed, years of hard work, problems solved, sleepless nights endured, kilos of coffee drunk.
Exactly. A lot of time also without the people who were actually here on site in Kourou preparing this launch, being away from their families. So thanks to everyone out there supporting this.
Absolutely. So we still have 2 more passengers on board, and we are going to be releasing them. They are our 2 re-entry capsules. Tina, do you want to tell us a bit more about those?
Yes, so these capsules, they will actually test the technology for returning to Earth through our planet's atmosphere. And it will take now over an hour and a half to get actually to this next bus stop where we want to release them. And they will be seeing the heat of re-entry once they are released from the upper stage. And we will reignite the Vinci engine once more because we will deorbit and leave no space debris out there. So for sustainability reasons, Ariane 6 is actually designed to clear up the orbit and re-enter after the end of the mission.
Very important. What goes up must come down.
And we actually do come down in the South Pacific, 1,500 kilometers from inhabited areas. So it's the spot with the least populated spot on Earth here. It's called the Nemo Point, actually.
Aha. So we are now hoping to hear from the directors of European Space Agency, Joseph Aschbacher, Chairman and CEO of the French Space Agency, Philippe Baptiste, who will be speaking probably in French. We'll stay tuned and we'll resume, encapsulate what he said afterwards. Martin Sion, who is the CEO of Ariane Group, and Stéphane Israel, who is the CEO of Ariane Space. They're coming to the floor, hoping to hear from them very shortly.
I see them all in position here. They're standing next to each other, so we can expect to switch over to them very shortly.
And they've got thumbs ups. Thumbs up. Lots of clapping.
There we see them. From the left to the right, as they were just called out on the left side, Joseph Aschbacher.
We are looking at some very happy faces here.
Indeed, very happy faces.
Let's cut our mics now and listen to them.
We are ready. We are ready.
So very warm welcome to all of you who are listening here in different establishments, also of course here in Kourou. It is electric here. There's such a good mood. There's such a fantastic feeling here. But let me really just express a few emotions from my side. A big thank you to all of those people who have worked on this launcher. We are making history now. We're making history. We are succeeding. We still have a bit of work to do, just to be very precise, but we have made very important steps. We had the third separation command of the payload. We had the APU, firing and cut off. We had the upper stage firing cut off, the Vinci engine. Everything is nominal. Everything is going so well, and this is such a beautiful moment. So thank you, industry. Thank you, task force members. Ariane Group, Ariane Space, CNES, we have been working together with my team of ESA. Everyone has been really giving its best to make this a success. It's a historic day for ESA. It's a historic day for space in Europe. It's a historic day for Europe because this powers up Europe, because we need the data from the satellites that our Ariane rocket will launch in the future. So big thank you, big day to celebrate from our side.
So Joseph has said it all, so I'm not sure I have much more to say, but Europe is back. Europe is back in space, so this is perhaps a very important moment. Thank you very much. Thank you, of course, also to French Guiana, to CSG team, who has been working very, very well and was very challenged over the last few years. So it's a great moment, and Europe is back in space. So thanks a lot.
So good afternoon, good evening in Europe. Today, Ariane is back. And today, with this new launcher, Europe is restoring its autonomous access to space, and we all know how important this is for all of us. But what I would like to share as a feeling is first my sense of relief. It's quite visible after such a success, but also a sense of pride for all the teams who have been working for this program. The thousands of rocket makers from Ariane Group, from all the European industrial partners, from 13 countries who have been working tirelessly on this program to overcome the challenges. It has been a difficult program, and their work enables us today to see such a brilliant success. So I'd like to congratulate all of you, to thank all of you, and really I'm proud of your talent and your dedication. Second topic, because you've got customer here, is that now we have to ramp up production to serve our customers. It is already ongoing, and it starts by a next launch before a year end, and this will be another interesting episode in the saga. And the last topic I'd like to mention is that the mission is not yet completed. The upper stage is still in orbit, maneuvering, and we are expecting a lot of precious information to prepare for the future. So, go Ariane 6, go!
So I want first to thank all the member states who have participated in the funding of the program. We have here former Minister Geneviève Furazo, we have Anna Christmann, space coordinator in Germany, and it would not have been possible without their continuous support. So thanks to all of the member states of ESA who made this success possible. The second thing I want to say is to, as said by Martin, to congratulate all teams. This decision has been made since a decade, and all teams who have worked for this success in the agencies, in industry, is an outstanding Team Europe, and today it is their success, and they must be very proud of what they have achieved. And last but not least, it's our customers. During these years, the customers stand on our side. We have a backlog of 29 launches to deliver for both institutional and commercial customers. It would not have been possible without their trust and without their loyalty to Arianespace. So my thought now is going to our customers who have been on our side, and now we must deliver. And I am very proud to announce that what has been achieved since 1 hour and 6 minutes and what is currently being achieved allows us to make a mission for the French MOD by the end of the year, and it would be the second mission of Ariane 6 and the first operational mission. Thank you very much.
So, Europe is back, powered by its new rocket, Ariane 6. Congratulations to all the teams.
You can really see the relief here and the recognition for the teams. And I'm very happy that the big bosses share this actually, because the team effort that has gone into this was simply amazing. And I think they they expressed it very well. Now you see more and more happy faces, and they're turning in all directions to congratulate each other. What we heard also calling out, the range operations manager said that the APU actually already switched on again. This is, let me call it, another major achievement, and there are many more to come in the ongoing coasting phase. I don't find words to count the major milestones anymore that we could have achieved here today. It's mind-blowing.
It's fantastic. So we are going to take now a break because our next passengers are going to be released in about an hour and 25 minutes before we get to the next bus stop to release them into space. So we're going to take a little break now for about an hour and 20 minutes. And during that time, our rocket's going to do nearly a lap of the Earth.
Yeah, and while it's doing this lap of the Earth, it's actually doing a lot in the so-called demonstration phase. So this is a very important phase that we won't comment on right now, but this is a very important phase for the qualification of Ariane 6. And
quick word on what's going to happen in the last section.
Indeed. So don't miss this last part of the mission, because the return to Earth and splash into the Pacific Ocean of both Ariane 6 and the two capsules will be an important moment.
And we are going to have a replay of that fantastic launch. Join us after that in an hour and 20 minutes to find out about the mysteries of Space Case
and Bikini.
Now watch the replays.
À tous de DDO, un peu de calme s'il vous plaît. La mission n'est pas finie.
Hello again and welcome back. We are 2.5 hours into the inaugural flight of Europe's new rocket, Ariane 6, from the European spaceport in French Guiana. I'm Katie Haswell and I'm in mission control with Tina Buchner da Costa, who is a rocket systems expert from the European Space Agency. Thank you very much indeed, Tina, for being with us.
A pleasure, Katie.
A very quick recap. We lifted off from the pad at the European Spaceport in French Guiana. You saw those beautiful pictures. It was a perfect launch. And we have gone through and completed a number of very important milestones. But during the break, you will have seen that on the telemetry on the right-hand side of your screen, that's the trajectory of the launch vehicle at the top of the screen there on the right, that our launcher is off its planned trajectory. Tina, can you talk us through what's happening?
Sure, I can. So our planned trajectory is actually the green one, and we are on the yellow one. So what we see is that our trajectory has actually kept a stable altitude over the Earth, and we haven't been rising in orbit. So we are, as a reminder, in the third phase of our mission. It's the demonstration phase. And in this phase, what was actually foreseen was to look at how the upper stage is behaving in the coasting phase. So here it is critical to manage the tank pressure, the tank temperature, and above all, we were testing the behavior of the APU, the auxiliary propulsion unit, which is a very new feature on Ariane 6 and which has worked flawlessly in the first coasting phase. Now, in this coasting phase, it was actually supposed to reignite, and we had successful confirmation of the reignition before we actually went into the break. But unfortunately, a couple of seconds later, the APU was switched off again. And yeah, that was due to safety measures on board, actually, that ensure that we only reignite if it is really safe. So what happened there was we had an anomaly, as we call it, so a non-nominal behavior. And that led to switching of the APU. And once the APU is switched off, we are not anymore having this constant thrust, this little push that we explained before. So we didn't rise in orbit anymore. So we are cruising at a constant speed and constant altitude right now, and we are probably not going to finish this part of the mission as we were hoping to.
And we're currently waiting for the range operations manager here in the Mission Control Center to confirm whether or not we will do the third boost of the Vinci engine. We're looking here at the teams in the Jupiter Mission Control Center, about 15 to 20 kilometers from the pad, depending on which route you take. What are they doing right now, Tina?
Well, I think there's a lot of communication going on right now, because the people who are actually seeing what happens on the launcher, they are sitting out in the Galliot station, so they're receiving the launch vehicle data, analyzing the data, communicating back and forth with our support teams in Europe, analyzing what is happening and what is the best way actually to finish this mission safely, because safety is paramount. So we don't want to leave any space debris, and they're right now deciding what to do next. And once this decision is done, we will hear from the range operations manager.
So obviously we have to absolutely have the right conditions, don't we, Tina, to release passengers, and we're waiting to find out whether or not we're waiting to hear from the range operations manager.
Yes, let's not forget, part of our third phase in the demonstration was actually to initiate a deorbit burn for the upper stage, and on the way to also release 2 capsules that we have on board. So right now the capsules are still safe on the upper stage, not released, and we need to have the right conditions before we release them. And the right conditions for this release means that we actually turn the upper stage into the right direction. We initiate a burn with Vinci, and this burn has to be prepared. The reignition has to be prepared. So there's the APU coming in to repressurize the tanks. If the APU is not running, it cannot repressurize the tanks. And if we don't do this braking burn, it means we will not be on our deorbiting trajectory safely facing the Earth for re-entry. And as long as we are not in these safe conditions, we cannot release the capsules.
Just remind everybody that we have a number of onboard cameras, which has been wonderful because we've had some absolutely sensational pictures from them. We've had some very successful moments, and it was also a very magnificent liftoff. Tina, do you want to just remind everybody of some of the events we've been through?
Yeah, I guess with the replay, everyone has seen the mission again. We had a beautiful liftoff here from French Guiana. We had booster separation that we could even witness here with our beautiful eyes, because we had a beautiful sky after 2 minutes into the flight. Then the fairing was opening exactly according to plan, and we see some upper stage maneuvers here on the cameras right now, just in case you wonder what's going on there. So it's dark, meaning we are not illuminated here, so we don't really see very well our planet anymore.
Just before we carry on telling everyone what's been happening so far, can you just talk us through what we're actually looking at on the picture? It looks like we've got a camera there pointing at a piece of the upper stage and looking at that wonderful image there of the curvature of the Earth, I think.
Well, it's a bit dark, so it's hard to see what we're actually looking at right now. So where was I? We were separating our boosters, separating our first stage as planned. Next milestones which came up was the successful ignition for the first time of the Vinci engine that burned according to plan, 10 minutes. And during this first burn, we actually switched on the APU for the first time. And it performed flawlessly for its first ignition. And also the first coasting phase, where the APU was running and doing its job, was completely perfect and as planned. We had successful release of the CubeSats. And here we are in our second part of the coasting, or in our second coasting phase in the third part of the mission, the demonstration part.
So for anybody who might have missed our program earlier, Tina, you explained to us what the APU is, and I know you've given us a bit of an explanation, but do you want to just explain to people why the APU is important and very new on this mission?
Yes, so the APU, as I already said, is the auxiliary propulsion unit, and it is the game changer for Ariane 6. It is actually the equipment that allows us to reignite the engine, and that job has been performed flawlessly for the first reignition of the engine. So what it does is it actually repressurizes the tanks. How does it do it? It taps off oxygen and hydrogen from both tanks, sends them into a gas generator that heats up the propellants, and with the heated gas we repressurize the tanks. And at the same time, its job is also to settle the propellants on the bottom of the tank, because we don't want the propellants floating around, especially for ignition. We need them to be at the bottom of the tank, and its job is actually to provide a constant thrust, so the propellants are on the lower part of the tank, and from where we can guide it into the engine inlet.
You can see there on the right-hand side the telemetry information being tracked, I believe, at the moment by New Norcia, the teams there in Australia, and our altitude 590 kilometers above Earth. The distance is the distance if you were to draw a straight line from the launch pad to the position where the launcher is over the Earth. And vitesse at the bottom of the screen is the French word for speed, and as Tina mentioned, travelling there at a constant speed and at a constant altitude, of course.
Yeah, maybe here to remind, we are in a circular orbit around the Earth, so it's a stable orbit where we don't change our altitude over the Earth. So it's circular, it's stable.
We're in.
Our attitude control systems are running, so we're here in stable altitude and waiting for the next steps.
What are attitude control systems?
So the attitude control system is a cold gas system that is actually working on gaseous hydrogen in our case. So we tap off from the hydrogen tank, and this gas is used to do control maneuvers, so meaning to turn the upper stage in the right direction and to keep it in orbit. And there are always some little disturbances on any kind of orbit, and they're actually counteracted by this attitude control system.
teams here in mission control. The glass you can see is special glass. It's for protection. In fact, it's so thick that when you bang on it, people can't actually hear you banging.
So we just have some information from our regie, and we actually have collected some voices of clients of Ariane 6 who will announce, express their excitement about the upcoming missions with Ariane 6.
So we're hoping to see that shortly, and we'll let you know when that's coming up. In the meantime, we're looking here at the teams, as we said earlier, in the Jupiter Control Center. So let's hear now from the voices of the people you just mentioned, Tina.
A European space dream comes true with Ariane 6, the embodiment of space innovation, conquering the stars with this inaugural flight. The European Commission, the EU Agency for the Space Programme, the French Directorate General of Armament, the DGA, as well as Amazon, Intelsat, to name but a few. These long-standing partners have all chosen Ariane 6 for their upcoming missions. A partnership with Arianespace built on a historic trust in the Ariane family. Our customers say it all.
Intelsat is the world's foundational satellite communications company.
DGA is kind of unique institution. Its main mission is to provide equipment to the armed forces and to prepare the future of our defense system.
Our mission is to deliver high quality, affordable connectivity to customers around the world, especially communities in unserved and underserved parts of the world.
We provide safe and secure Galileo and Diagnos services.
The Commission is responsible for shaping the Union's space strategy and managing the European Union space flagships Galileo for satellite navigation, Copernicus for Earth observation.
Arianespace is doing its launches from the European Union territory, and that underscores our common goal to strengthen the EU's space capabilities.
Well, you know, we have a kind of special and long-term relationship with the Ariane family of launchers. They're extremely performant.
Ariane 6 was selected for the anticipated technical performance, quality, and reliability of the launch platform.
We are looking forward to launching Galileo satellites with Ariane 6. The success of Ariane 6 is key for our European capability to access space.
It's an enormous undertaking and something we simply couldn't do without the innovation and commitment that Arianespace and our other launch partners demonstrate.
We expect the best.
We expect professionalism, we expect agility.
That the Ariane 6 performance will be steadily increased in line with Arianespace planning.
Timely, effective, and performant launch services.
And this is why we have chosen Arianespace and Ariane 6.
Our work together supports thousands of jobs and suppliers in Europe, the United States, and French Guiana, and our partnership will have an impact that extends much further.
Today, Ariane 6 successfully lifted off in Europe's spaceport in French Guiana on its inaugural flight. This sets off a new era of autonomous European space transportation, bringing a more affordable, flexible, and high-performance access to space. Altogether, with you, our partners, customers, and friends, we are kicking off the success story of Ariane 6.
Go Ariane 6! Go Ariane 6, go!
Go Ariane 6, go!
So it's been a big day for European space. Ariane is back, and we've gone through some excellent milestones. There has been an anomaly, so we are waiting to find out now from the range operations manager. And we will be coming back to you shortly afterwards. We're going to take a little break, so stay tuned for more information. Well, it looks like we're not going to hear from the range operations manager right now, Tina.
Yep, indeed. So, Katie, but there is actually a press conference coming up, and we might hear some of the explanations directly during this.
So we are coming to the end of our live broadcast now. Thank you for joining us on this historic launch. It's a successful day for Europe. We started the next chapter of European spaceflight.
Yes, Ariane is back, and Europe has re-established its access to space today.
So that's a great achievement for everyone involved.
Yes, let's congratulate again all the teams involved in the preparation of this incredibly successful inaugural flight. This enormous team effort deserves to be celebrated. All the best for you and the future flights of Ariane 6 coming soon.
Indeed. And Tina, huge thanks to you. It's been such a privilege to have you with us sharing your expertise. Thank you, Tina.
The pleasure was mine, Katie.
And also thanks to all the live broadcast teams who have brought us this show. Stay tuned for the post-launch press conference. That's coming up, I believe, at about 7:30 local time here in Kourou.
Yes, and that means Central European time, 0:30 a.m., so half past midnight.
Yep. So, from now, from me, Katie Haswell.
And from me, Tina Buchner da Costa. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
À tous les vidéos, rassemblement devant le MIO pour la photo de famille, s'il vous plaît. À tous de DDO, donc reprise de la mission, c'est pas fini, la ME et RTM ont encore besoin de travailler.
Good evening all and welcome to the Ariane 6 inaugural flight press conference from the European Spaceport here in Kourou, French Guiana. I'm Anne-Sophie Bradet, the head of communication of the European Space Agency, and I will be the moderator of this press conference. We have a journalist here with us in the room, and we also have journalists following us online. So I will start by introducing our speakers, get some first comments from them, and then I will open the floor to questions. Questions will come from the room, but you can also, for those that are remotely located, ask them from the media@esa.int. So let me introduce our speakers here today. We have Joseph Aschbacher, the Director General of the European Space Agency. We have Philippe Baptiste, the CEO of CNES. Martin Sion, the CEO of Ariane Group. Stéphane Israël, CEO of Ariane Espace. Tony Tolkien-Nielsen, who is the ESA Director of Space Transportation. Karine Levaux, CNES Head of Space Transportation. Valérie de Corvère, A6 Inaugural Flight Program Manager at Ariane Group. And Caroline Arnoux, Head of the Ariane Business Unit at Ariane Space. I guess we can all clearly state that today is an extraordinary day for Europe. We've witnessed an incredible show. We have a launch success, and Europe is back in space. So I would like to ask you, please, if you could share all your comments, your feelings, your emotion. How do you feel today? And Joseph, you start with this comment, please.
Yeah, thank you, Anne-Sophie, and a very warm welcome also from my side. It's late here in Kourou, it's even later in Europe, but I can tell you, despite the late hour, we are really excited. We are relieved, we are excited. This is a historic moment. An inaugural launch of a heavy launcher does not happen every year. It happens probably every 20 years or maybe 30 years. The last one was about 30 years ago. And today we have launched Ariane 6 successfully, and this is a big milestone. So Europe is back, as you were saying. I feel personally relieved, but super excited because this now brings us back on track. We will, of course, we are on plan now to launch another mission before the end of the year. I think I give the privilege to Stéphane Israël to announce, but before the end of the year, we plan the next launch, and then of course we start with the ramp up as of next year, as according to plan. So yes, Europe is back. This powers Europe back into space. It was very important for the European Space Agency, as you can imagine, but much wider. It was very important for space in Europe and even for citizens across Europe because they depend on data which our rockets are delivering into space. So very happy and a big day, and really I can't wait for the next steps to come.
Thank you, Joseph. Yes, Europe is back. We are back in space. We are back in business. It's a very important day because we are talking about Europe's sovereignty, European access to space. You are not a space player if you don't have access to space. So it was a very, very important day, and it's a great success. We are very, very happy about that. So it's amazing. The campaign was, I would say, perfect. The launch was very good, and so it's really a great day. It's an amazing first launch. On a personal feeling, I just want to mention how proud I am from my teams, of course, my CNES people who have been working on the launch pad, of course, on building the launch pad, but also to run the CSG but not only proud of CNES people, also proud of all people in the program, people from ESA, people from Ariane Group, people from Ariane Espace, and with all our partners all over Europe. So it's really a great achievement today, and I'm very, very happy.
Martin, please.
A lot has been said. First, I feel relieved after this success because even if everything which could be done at ground, in terms of test, in terms of calculations, etc., we all know that an inaugural flight is not a walk in the park, so it's better to have it behind us. And so I absolutely feel relieved, and I will share what said Philippe. It's also a matter of pride for all the people who have been working in this program. I mean, this has been a difficult program. thousands of people working on it in Ariane Group, in our industrial partners. And I think it's really something which that I want to acknowledge today, and I already congratulated them, but I want to insist on that because what has been done is just huge. What you did not see is that there was no problem during the chronology. The flight was uneventful, all the launcher part was uneventful, and it shows the mastery of the launch pad, the launcher, all the launch system, which has been developed by the team over the last months, and this is something which is a real achievement.
Stefan, your turn to share with us your emotions.
Yes, so again, we need to thank all the support we have had during all these years from the member states. We need to congratulate the teams who made this success, from ESA, from CNES, Ariane Group, with the support of Ariane Space. We have here some experts. They happen to be ladies, by the way, and apart from Tony, but and some others are in the room, and I think it's very important to tell to all of them what we owe to their level of expertise. And indeed, what has been achieved tonight is now enabling us to prepare at full speed the next launches. We have a very motivating target, which is to make the second launch by the end of the year. We have now, for the second launch, passenger, which should be CSO3 for the French MOD. And we will have all the next ones which are going to follow. And now what is very important for us is to prepare the ramp-up. And just on a personal touch, it was a bit strange because I have had the feeling that it was even easier than on Ariane 5. So it was not something I expected, but the chronology, I have made a lot of chronology, and it was one of the most easy chronology. And so it's amazing that for our first launch, things have been so smooth and so easy. So congratulations.
You mentioned the key role that all the experts play, so I would like to give them the floor as well to give, maybe share comments, or maybe Tony, you want to start?
Yeah, I can only echo what has been said, but Joseph asked me this morning, how do you feel? And I said to him, I have stress, and I have confidence, and I have also emotions. And before the launch, when people ask me, so how do you feel about this? Are you nervous? I said I was 96% confident and 4% very nervous. And I think I was lying a little bit. Now all this stress really turned into emotions, and we were so happy. We have been working very, very hard to make this happen. We have been on track with this for more than half a year, for 7-8 months. We knew we were going to launch around the 9th of July. And we have been working so hard and so long hours, and this has been crowned by this incredible success. And I get emotional about it.
Karine.
What an incredible success that we had today. It was a great moment. The launch is a great success, and we achieved something very, very high, very amazing, and it is important to thank every people involved in the program who makes this success possible today. I'm so proud to be part of these people, and it was amazing. Thank you.
I just steal the microphone 1 second because I forgot something which is very important. Because we have thanked our teams, and that of course it's amazing, but we have not thanked, all the people who ensure the safety and the security of the site and of the launch. And I am thinking of the Forces Armées de Guyane, so both legionnaires on the ground and gendarmerie, but also in the air. You could see Rafale up there, but not only, helicopters and all around. and an amazing number of people who have been dedicated to ensure the safety and the security of the base and of the launch. So I want to thank them. We always have to think that they are always there for each launch, and so thank you very much again.
Thank you, Philippe, for mentioning that. Valérie, and then Caroline, please.
Yes, personally, I was in the launch center where are the operators for the chronology and also all the engineers. And this team, this Ariane group, ESA, CNES team, has been working now since the start of the campaigns, so since several weeks, really day and night, I can say that, weekends. And there was a lot of emotion. There was also a lot of serenity concerning the chronology we were going to face, because we had repeated more or less the same type of chronology during the combined test of a launcher, which we did last year, with a lot of success also. But there was a lot of excitement, and yes, I must say a lot of emotion. And it was really a great moment to be there with all the team and to be able to share it with all of them. And I think we were all so proud of what we had achieved all together. And this is something we will remember for our full life. And it's one moment in time in a professional life for sure, and even in one life, I would say.
Thank you, Caroline.
So, on my side, I would like to say that I'm extremely proud of this launch, and proud to be able, thanks to this success, to serve our customers. We have a lot of customers which were waiting for Ariane 6, and Ariane 6 is there. And thanks to the success, we are able to serve them. And I think it's extremely important for all of us. And I would like to say also that I'm impatient, because this success was, of course, important, but it's the beginning of something. And I will be extremely happy to be back to work tomorrow morning to start the preparation of the coming missions.
Thank you all. We already have some questions, because something occurred during the tech demo phase. So could you please elaborate on that? Maybe Martin?
Yes. You well understood that there were several phases in this flight. And we have centered our comments on what was the main objective of this flight, which was the launch phase, and which culminated with the separation of the first satellites, which was done after 2 boosts of Vinci and APU, everything ran perfectly. And then we had a demonstration phase, which was to see how the upper stage behaves in microgravity and how the different systems operate. Because microgravity is something that we cannot test on the ground. And that was the purpose of the demo phase. And what happened is that at one point of time, we reignited the APU. It did reignite, and then it stopped. And that's, we don't know why it stopped. This is something that we will have to understand when we've got all the data. And then the upper stage behave according to this new situation, which means that the Vinci engine decided not to restart because there was no APU operating, so it was not in a good condition to restart. And so there was a passivation of the upper stage, which was triggered in order to make it an object which does not create dangers of debris. And the passivation works perfectly according to plan. And also, it was the launcher system decided automatically not to release the 2 capsules, the 2 passengers, because it would have created additional debris. And so we have an event which is not understood yet, which is why did the APU stop. But all the rest of the mission was according to plan. So this is unfortunate, but this is also why we make a tech demo in flight, because there are some things that we cannot test on the ground. And this is why, from the beginning, we were very clear on the fact that there were two aspects. One was to demonstrate the launch success, which we did, and then to understand and to gather as much information as possible in this microgravity phase. And I'm looking forward to have all the data and that all the teams, all the experts will work in order to better understand what happens, and we will inform the public at that time.
I suggest we start now with the questions and start with the room and journalists present here in the room. Could you please stand up and state your name and media, and someone will bring you a microphone.
Do we have to speak in English or can it be in French? Yeah. About the minor thing that happened at the end, to what extent does it put into question the program of the new launch, the next launches of Ariane 6?
No, my colleagues will complement, but as we said, we have what we have achieved tonight with the launch success enables us to prepare the next missions, and starting with the second one. So we are perfectly on track now to make a second launch this year in 2024 for the French MOD and to make the next missions. So it has no consequence on the next launches.
So now we'll take one question. I guess Stephen Clark from Ars Technica, your question was answered, but please let us know if you want to further elaborate on it. We have a question from Thierry Dubois from Aviation Week. Was the first 3 separations around 1:05 a.m. successful? And then the second question is, the APU is a key element of the Vinci launcher and reignition in particular. If it worked correctly just once, should engineer go back to fine-tuning the APU? Josef Aschbacher?
Yeah. Just to answer the first part, but I think the second part was already replied to by Martin. Yes, so the stage is separated correctly, first stage from the second stage. This worked all nominally, exactly according to the time. And on the APU, it fired once correctly and exactly according to expectations. On the second try, this was exactly as Martin was just explaining. After a short while, it shut down, and therefore we had the situation was developing exactly along the nominal situation, nominal in the sense of what was programmed in order to continue the mission profile.
Now, a question from the room, please. Yes, Josh Brozana from Political.
Thank you. 2 questions, if that's okay. First of all, to Joseph and to Philippe. You were both very outspoken before the launch about the decision by EUMETSAT to switch one of the flights to SpaceX instead. I wonder, after today's success, do you have anything to add to that? Would you maybe suggest a turnaround for the agency on that decision? And secondly, maybe for Martin, just on the maybe slightly distant topic of human spaceflight, what is the status of conversations? Are they at a very early stage about what could happen to convert Ariane 6 in the future to carry a human spaceflight mission? Thank you.
Yeah, on the MDG, or let's say not using Ariane 6 for the MDG S1 mission, I think this is really something for EUMETSAT to comment. It's not for me as ESA, or neither for CNES or anyone else. What we did express, and I think we can repeat what was said in the past, it was surprising that the decision was made before the launch has occurred today. But the decision itself, I would like to make it crystal clear, is a decision of EUMETSAT.
And maybe we can make just a comment, because we have spoken about the launch success, but the very first part of the mission, the first 18 minutes, were sufficient to make a mission such as EUMETSAT. It was an Ariane 5-like mission, so we can say very clearly tonight that what has been demonstrated during the first 18 minutes were strictly sufficient to make a mission such as the one for EUMETSAT.
Well, as far as we stand by, I stand by what I said, which was, I think, pretty clear, talking about European autonomy and safety and so on. So I stand by that, and
I'm not sure it's the right time to discuss this right now.
There's a question from Leo and
I think there was another question, but I won't give an answer which is very interesting, which is how could we adapt Ariane 6 to human spaceflight? I mean, if there is a need, it's something which is possible. A significant part of the additional safety come from the capsule, okay? But today we don't have a huge stream of work on this topic. But if there is a need, this is something that we would study very carefully and with a good appetite. And coming to Philippe Baptiste's comment, I mean, it's clear that when you see all the efforts which have been made by the member states to have autonomous access to space with Ariane 6 made by industry, which took its responsibility in all the difficulties, etc., to make this program where it is today, it would make sense that institutional payloads in Europe would be sent by a European launcher when they are available. And now Ariane 6 is available.
A question from Leo Enright from the Irish TV. How important was the TV payload provided by the Irish company Realtra? And specifically, did it play a role in analyzing the anomaly after the successful orbit insertion? Tony.
I'll talk a little bit about the payloads. There were 9 satellites on board, CubeSats, which were deployed after the second boost. So it was a full success for them. Now we had 2 re-entry capsules that were supposed to re-enter or supposed to be released when the upper states were on the re-entry phase. This unfortunately did not happen because of this anomaly we had with the APU. So unfortunately they could not be released, and they will stay together with the upper stage so as not to create more debris.
We have a question from Peter B. Deseldin from Space Intelligence Report. We answered most of your question, Peter, but you have a follow-up one on that I will now say. Is it not the case that the APU anomaly will not permit a full ramp-up until the anomaly is fully understood?
You know, as it is a global practice, when you've got something that you don't understand, you have to understand it to see if it can have consequences, okay? But when we make a flight like the one we did today, what is important is to have clear objectives and to say, okay, if we have met this and this and this, we are where we should be in order to authorize the next launches, etc. And all that has been fulfilled. So it's true that in the next days and weeks, when we have all the data, we will analyze to understand better what happened. What is clear is that the APU, when we restart it in microgravity, it's very different from the start that we did before. And so we knew that the way it would behave would be different, okay? But a lot of missions do not need to be restarted in microgravity. This is a flexibility that we could use or not. And this is something that we will adapt the flight profile depending on what we find for this. But as Stefan said, for the missions we foresee, we believe that we have already, the largest part of the missions which are already demonstrated by this flight.
There's still many questions on how long the... I'm sorry.
And maybe just to be 100% clear, so we are prepared to make a second launch this year and 6 next year. And this is the objective, and what has been achieved tonight is allowing us to go full speed to this ramp-up, to be very clear.
And yet there are many questions how long the analysis of the data will take.
You take it? I take it. Yes, you take it.
So we first need to retrieve all the data from the different stations, and then we will post-treat them. And so we should start in a few days the analysis, And normally we take between 1 to 2 weeks to do the analysis, the first analysis of the data we have from the launch. So in 1 to 2 weeks we should have much more information about what happened.
And basically, what we have here in the tech demo is the kind of information that we had previously when we were making combined tests. We had behaviors we needed to explain in combined test in French Guiana or in Lampolshausen with upper stage, and each time we took time in order to better understand and build the reliability of the launcher before deciding to launch. So this is additional information. The team will work on it as we did previously during the development.
Let me add one comment here, which is really the way how we then communicate. We will be very transparent. We have been very transparent in the run-up to this point of the inaugural flight. We have created a task force about 2 years ago, and I think this mechanism of the task force has also been an element that contributed getting to this stage here, I would say, with in a very smooth way. And one of the policies that I introduced, or we introduced in the task force, was that we do publish the result of our discussion or the progress of the mission after the meetings, and we have done so regularly after each meeting when we had major progress to report. So exactly like we did in the past, we will continue to do so. We will analyze the data, we will discuss them in the task force, we will publish the results so that everyone is well aware and well informed. And this is a very important issue for us all in the task force, that this transparency is given to you, that you perfectly know what happens and what the issues are.
Thank you. Is there a question from the room, please? No. Let me check online. Okay, I have a question from Guillaume Langin from Ciel Espace. Let me just translate it. The last APU and Vinci reignition was meant to deorbit the second stage. Given it now orbits at 580 kilometers, which is a high altitude, for how long will the second stage, which weighs more than 2 tons, remain on orbit? And does that mean it will be uncontrolled when it re-enters towards Earth?
So I don't know how much time it takes. I'm sure that some experts know, but today I don't know. Karine, maybe you know? No, you don't know.
The microphone, no?
So I don't know. What is clear is that there are a lot of upper stages which are still orbiting and takes sometimes several years to go back, depending on the orbit they are. And so it's not a unique situation. But what is true is that we did not demonstrate today the deorbitation of Vinci. Okay, that's clear. But with a second boost of Vinci, we would have been able to deorbit it. And this is something which does not create more hazard than what happens with the vast majority of launchers. And the upper stage will, at one point of time, burn into the atmosphere.
We don't have additional questions in the chat unless one of you wants to further elaborate. In the room, last call. Yes, please. Can you stand up and state your name and media, please, and wait for the microphone?
Thank you. I have a question to Mr. Israel. You talk about a second launch at the end of the year. Could you precise the date? It will be in November, in December?
Let's elaborate a little bit on what is coming now in the Guyana Space Center. There is a Vega, which is coming. And this Vega will be after summer, it will be early September. It will be for Copernicus satellite. Then we will have the return to flight of Vega C, which is now under the control of another task force with Joseph Aschbacher, Tony and Giulio Renzo from Avio, so it should be end November. And it means that the second launch of Ariane 6 is now forecasted in December, after the return to flight of Vega C.
Thank you.
So 3 launches coming. So
it's also the mark that we are back.
I have no more questions, so I guess this closes the press conference. We thank you all for your presence here. We thank you for the questions for those that were remotely located. And I think we all want now to celebrate, because again, it was a big, big success for Europe, and I think a round of applause. Thank you all.